All right. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see here. Uh, yeah. All right. Good morning. All right. I can hear myself. So I suppose that's good enough for now. Let's see. Just got to get a couple things squared away here, guys. Kind of messed around with my setup over the weekend. I'm not using it right now. All right, let's take a look here. Let's make sure we got our accounts correct. Which one are we supposed to be using over here? $14. Is that right? I think it's 14. What's going on here? I don't know what to do here. Uh, 40. I don't know what's going on here. I can't. Is this account not? Oh, can I just not see it? It's not wide enough? That's what it is. Huh. Just can't see it. So, 2. Yeah. All right, let's take a look. Good morning, Predator. Let's take a look and see. Let's take a look and see what we got from overnight there. Let's see here. Or from over the weekend. Let's see where we close that on Friday. Not quite sure. I don't know. You gotta. Okay, so on Friday we closed at 14,870, pretty much right where we're opening up at. So there really is no gap to speak of. I mean, a very small one. Very small gap there. Let's take a look. I haven't looked this morning to see what Mancini has said. So let's take a peek at what he's saying. Well, we got a minute here. A couple of minutes. Says last week, ES tested its core bull market trend line 2022 at 42.90 to 42.99. This week, ES must defend it gap up to 43.50 resistance last night, then gap filled due to shutdown headlines. Plan today, ES must claim 43.22 to reopen. 42.90 must hold. Otherwise, we get a deep leg down. 43.08 zone is key support before the large trend line retest. So where's the ES this morning? 43.16. So, yeah. So basically saying 08 is support. If we lose 08, then, well, 43.22 is the next up. 42.90 to 4,300 supports. Rally to 43.80. Dip. Then 44.25 plus in play as long as above 42.90. 42.90 fails, it's short to 42.30. So really 42.90 is kind of your key zone today, I guess. Can't hold the 42.90s, then we be in troubles. We bees in troubles. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Feel free to chat down below. Let me jump in here and adjust this thing just a little bit. Make this thing a little smaller. Didn't need to be that big. Alrighty, well, we'll see what happens here at open. We're going to use, I did sign up for a 150K Topstep account. We're going to be using that for the 5-minute gap strategy today, as well as still using the Apex accounts for the other two mechanicals as well. Just wanted to start a Topstep one because, you know, don't have to worry about the drawdown on that. Feel a little more comfortable about letting the trade go, and then not caring if it comes back and stops us out for a loss, because it's not going to kill us any more than the normal loss will. So if it stops us for an $800,000 loss, then it's just $800,000. It's not anything more than that. So going to keep up with the trades on the copy trade account again today. We're going to write those down. Plan today is to follow the rules 100%. So if it doesn't present the setup, we're not going to take it. Same thing on the Ninjarinko over here. Still going to be doing those. Still going to be doing the Ninjarinko. And if you're unfamiliar with what we're doing on the Ninjarinko there, it's simply we're waiting for all three items to kind of line up here. So we want to see, in this situation, all three lines of blue, what you got here. And then you want to see this dead man, or this explosion line green, and you want to see volume above the explosion line. So here, you would have taken a long somewhere in that 843 area. And the idea is to take one contract off at 10 handles, a second off at 15. If we see it moving quickly, then we can try to move the target up a bit. And we're going to have a, I think we have an 8-handle stop. So as soon as we hit 10 handles, we'll move our stop on the second contract to break even, or probably, you know, plus 1 or 2 points, whatever. Just guarantee a little profit. But so we do have the we got the VWAP all the way up there at the 920s on the Nasdaq. We're currently sitting at 862 going into open. So just about 3 minutes here until open. Let's check and see if there's any news while we got a couple of minutes. I don't know if there is or not. We have not looked today to know. I'm going to finally be rearranging my setup today. That'll be nice. All right. Hong Kong National Day, China National Holiday, South Korea holiday, India holiday. So it is a holiday for some areas. 9:45 manufacturing PMI, 2-star. 10 a.m. manufacturing employment, 2-star. Manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m., 3-star. Fed Chair Powell speaks at 11 a.m. today. Lovely, 3-star. So we got Fed Chair Powell at 11 a.m. So that means we probably should get our entries done early, huh? Get our entries done early. I don't think the pivots are on here. Let's get those on here. Pivots. Got one there at 8:45. Are they showing up on my screen over here? No, I don't even see them over here. Oh, there's one. I don't know what that is at 8:45 then. Not sure. But at any rate, we'll be careful here at open. So this is the copy trade account here. This is what we're going to take the 15-minute breakout on, and then we'll switch over to the other account. Yep, there we go. All right, so we're set up. And then I got a 150K Topstep account over here off stream that just started today. And we're going to use that one for the 5-minute strategy. Still going to use the Apex for it also, since we've already been using it. Unfortunately, it was in the red last week because of the copy trade blunder. You can see I signed up for a Trade Event account on that one because I kind of want to keep it separated from the Quant Tower. That's not an account that we're going to be using the copy trade, so it's a non-issue there. So let's think about what we can get here at open. Let's see. It's 9:30. We're just now opening, pulling back. If we get above that kind of 75 area, we've got kind of a quadruple top there. Then maybe we can get going. ES pulled back into the 60, kind of bounced off that area. Sellers coming in here trying to push this thing down. We're going to give it a few minutes, let it kind of calm down, and then we'll be looking for an entry from there. Back into the 50s here. Going to break that 45 there. ES pulling back into the 50s as well. Down to 50. So the ES off the 75s all the way down to 50, 48 right here. You get kind of this idea here for a breakdown trade. Holding up so far, trying to pump now. Buy volume coming through. Wow, ES rocket shipped all the way back up to the 75 there. Right off that 48 to 75. Is this the ES? No, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's freaking NQ. Huh, what am I talking about? So ES pulled back into the 13s and pushed up to the 19s. Still a decent move for the ES there. So kind of pushing through there. Pushing through the 80. Volume still looking good here. Pivot point up there at 912. So I'm just waiting for some sort of decent setup, right? We want to see a pullback off this area if we're going to get a breakout. Want to see it hold something here. We don't want to just jump in expecting a breakout when one's not coming yet. Don't want to jump in when it pulls back. So we're waiting for a pullback in one direction or the other. It's kind of what we got going on there. All right, we're getting a little pullback here. Let's see what happens. So maybe we can participate long. Well, I don't consider that a pullback. It didn't come back deep enough for me. I need a proper pullback here. We need a proper pullback. Are we going to get the proper pullback? Pushing up into the 90s now. ES up into the 20s. Well, it's just going without us at this point, but I'm not taking that trade there because that was not a proper pullback, even though it would have worked out, obviously. We got the pivot point up there at the 912. So usually that first push above 900 doesn't stick. So we could pull back here, retest the 90, maybe retest this trend line and then go. And that would be something I might be interested in here taking. So let's see if we get a pullback here. Like I said, I kind of want to retest 90 at least. At least retest 90. That's 96. Still not enough of a pullback to pique my interest. We know the pullback's going to come, so let's just be patient and let it happen. Or at least it usually comes, right? So pushed up into the pivot there. ES up to the 24s. All right, some sellers coming in here now. Let's see if this is the pullback we want. It just seems like it just wants to go. I hate to buy this area, though. If I buy this area, I'm almost certainly going to be punished. Just trying to be patient here, guys. I'm really waiting on a pullback, but just not one coming. Not one coming just yet. Still trying to go. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, if you're new here and you're not yet subscribed, do me a favor and subscribe. It helps the channel. We appreciate it. So kind of basing above the pivot here. I'm just trying to be patient. I don't really want to just jump in here for no reason. Got room up to the 43s. Sorry, now a little bit of a pullback. Still not super deep, but it might be good enough, I guess. We'll see if volume steps back in here. We'll take a stab at it. I won't love it, but I'd like to see a little bit of consolidation. So kind of holding up here. Let's see if the buyers come back through. We'll take it. ES pushed up in the 2650 area. All right, well, let's see if we can get this push up into the 40 here. Can't lose, still trying to get the push. Should be able to get it. Just going to take it right there. Volume slowed down there on the WADA. Then it's starting to push through now. So we took a little winner there. What was that? Did I not copy trade? Go. I did not have the copy trader turned on. Oh my goodness. Did not have the copy trader on. So it would have been $220, but I did not have the copy trader activated. Great. Don't know how I do things like that sometimes. It's from being in a hurry, I guess, this morning. Feels bad. Well, yeah, we took a little winner there, but nothing crazy. Could have been more for sure. So I got about 5 minutes left on the first opening break here. So we pushed up into the 55 area there, kind of pulling back now. I was thinking we'd at least get that 40, 42, 43 area there. Looked like got a little resistance right in that 48.50 area from earlier this morning. A little consolidation area here, but I didn't mark out where the high was from the London. Let me take a look at that. So the high is up to the high today of 15,010. And the low, we're already well below the low, so it's not really even in play, I guess. Profit. It's kind of getting a little consolidation here. Did not have on the copy trader. Feels bad. After a volatile futures open last night and a good bounce to start, the ES with 43.08 key support. Defending, ultimately, though, we are still stuck in the same 4,300 to 4,350 chop we've been in for a week. 43.35 dip, 43.50 remain next up. Same support supply. Bulls must hold 42.90. So he's thinking we get a push into the 33.35, then a possible dip. Nasdaq pushing through the VWAP there. VWAP right at the 20 on the Nasdaq. ES still below the VWAP. VWAP at the 30 there on the ES. Two minutes left on this opening range. So let's go ahead and mark that out. That will be on this chart here. So let's mark that out so far. So that's the high. Well, it might make a new high before that kind of sets in stone there. And it is. Got about 30 seconds here left on the 15-minute opening range. Kind of prefer for it to move back into the this area a little bit and consolidate. I don't like when it just takes it right away. 10 seconds. All right, it closed. That's the opening range. Let's see what happens. So we'll be long from 61.50 if it takes the upside, and we'll have to get to, I'm sorry, that's a little high. $61. So I have to get to 81 for us to lock in 10 handles. So I haven't really been paying attention over here to the Ninzarinkos, but now I'm going to start watching those as well. So we're in the time of day where we can take those trades kind of now. So let's see what happens here. Kind of pulling back into the range. May take this on the copy trade too, if it kind of consolidates in this range. Just try to take 10 handles out of it. No, I haven't done that Predator ever tested on the ES. I've been meaning to. I've said that a couple of weeks ago that I need to start looking at that, because I did notice, I looked at it a couple of times, right? Just, I was like, oh, it failed over here on the NAS. Let me just take a peek at the ES, and I noticed that it, on some days that it failed on the Nasdaq, it actually worked on the ES. I haven't looked at it. I'd have to look at like a, you know, what would be your stop loss and all that stuff and see how consistent it is. I'd imagine it's very similar in consistency. So need to take a look at that. It's not a bad idea. It's kind of pulling back here, pushed up into the 61s, and now we're pulling back. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Oh, is this account no good? What's going on here? I accidentally clicked the button there. Might not be a bad thing that I did. $17. It looks kind of like an ABC to the downside, but we got the pivot point there at the 12. So still could take it if it presents itself here. We just have to see which way she goes. If you guys are interested in trading futures, Apex does have that 90% off sale right now. Link in the description for that. Bulenox has 90% off as well. Does help the channel. We do appreciate it.
Order filled.
All right, I took that one, I'm going to say a bit late there, but looks like we're going to be stopped anyway. Possibly.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking to the upside there, but then
Order filled.
I don't know. This might get us both ways
Stop
here.
filled.
Yeah, that's bad. All right, let's give this thing a second. Do I have the stop right? See, it's giving me a sell signal again. I'm not going to take it this time. It'll go this time probably. I guess we could put this there, and if it goes, then it'll take us with it. I want to see the sellers come on in and push this thing down if it's going to. All right, well, we got the target there on the first one. Try to move the target down a little bit on the second one here. Well, I get stopped. That's all right. It's kind of holding up there at the pivot point at the 12s. Here come the sellers coming through again. Let's go back over here. Where's that? The bottom side of the range is all the way down here at 847. So it's a big, this is a pretty big opening range today. Pretty big opening range. Oh. Quite a large opening range today. So holding up here at the pivot. If we're going to continue to sell, you'd like to see it hold below the pivot, but ES back down to the 14s off that 29 high there. Trying to push up here. So trying to push, getting a little pullback here. We'll do kind of the same thing here. If it pushes up past, creates a new green candle, it'll take us. So just watching the water here. If this thing doesn't go or shows weakness, then I'm going to close it. Looking good so far. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in so I can't lose. So filled on the first target there. Just going to leave this one right there and see if we can't get the... Let me move it down to just break even. Stopped out there. I was trying to get the full 15 handles, but didn't quite happen. And that's all right. Now it's starting to go. Trying to go. This could just be a little B-leg back up before we push back down. Could kind of go either way here. Just watching the water off stream here. It's seeing if these buyers are going to come on in or not. Do got news at 10 a.m. That's in 3 minutes. I don't know how much I love having this on the screen at that time. I'm taking it off on here on the copy trade accounts just because I don't want to be holding this in the news. I'm fine with letting it go on the other account because at the end of the day, that's the play, whether there's news or not. But here on the copy trades, we don't want to have that on there during the news. The explosion line is below the dead man right now. I was considering taking this trade, but unfortunately, it's not above the dead man. So just about 2 minutes, a little less than 2 minutes here until this news comes out, 10 a.m. So the Rincos, we've taken 2 losses and 2 winners. 10 points on both. No 15. We did take 1 on the copy trade for 5 points, but copy trader was off. So kind of still pulling back here. Hovering back into that pivot point there. Let's see what happens here when this news comes out in less than a minute. Less than a minute there. Less than a minute. I'm hoping we just get a burst to the upside. Just take us right through 15,000. That'd be nice. Let's take us right through the 15K. Ten seconds. Counter down. I need to be ready, though, because if it starts to sell, we got to be ready for that. Doesn't look like it's selling. I think we're going to get a pop here. Quick pop up. Hopefully it doesn't stop us out before it goes. All right, here it goes. There's the breakout. Tagged in. So we need 80.50 in order to move the stop here. Got to go if it's going to go. Can't stall out here. ES got to get above that VWAP and get going. Stalls out here, we're going to get stopped. And stopped out. ES pushed up into the VWAP there and then kind of rejected. So that one didn't go well. Let's go ahead and change over to the 5-minute chart over here. ES pushed up into the 29s, then pulled back. Back down to the 25s now. See if it holds here and starts going. All right, we're going to try it right here. Volatile, so we might get stopped. Take it. Come on. Dirty dog. Should have moved my stop, I guess. Let's mark that down. Move stop. We took 1 point out of that. Wait. How do I have one account down? How is that? This thing is wild. I have one account down $200. How? I'm not taking a trade on that trade. This thing is so wild. I have one account down $200 and some accounts down 20. Even though, I mean, I know there's going to be some slippage, but that's a little bit extreme. All right. So 1 point. I don't know what happened there. Why that one's down. There. And it went just like we thought it was, but we moved our stop. We chickened out. We moved the stop. Really no reason there to move the stop. That's something we did pretty good last week, not really moving the stop, but we didn't do so good right there with it. So ES pushed above the VWAP there, 43.32. So the high is right there at 15,010. Sellers coming in heavy here. We are below the dead man. Trying to zoom in to make sure we are below the dead man. Sometimes hard to see. You need to jump in there and figure out those colors. Change those colors up. So we are working on that 5-minute candle right there. I don't know if I love it to the upside, to be honest, but if it closes with a gap, we'll take it. It can be on the 10 o'clock candle. In order to close the gap, we have to sell back below 35 here, which is possible. In the next 3 minutes. Probably not going to happen, but it could. Sellers coming in strong here. ES losing the VWAP there, actually. Gonna wait here for a little pushback up, see if we can get a proper B2C play to the downside here. If we, obviously buyers could come back in and push this thing higher, but you know, because on the 1 minute it kind of does look like a ABC, right, to the upside. So let's just watch it and see what happens. VWAP on the NQ, excuse me, down at the 25, 26 area. ES testing the VWAP right now. Expecting a potential bounce right in here, unless the ES keeps selling. Guess I could pull this over here so you guys can see. So let's see if the buyers come back in here and push this thing back up, or if we just continue to sell here. If that ES reclaims the VWAP here, then I think we probably push back up. Let's just see. If it holds below it, then we sell down more. Closing below it right now. Trying to test it. Trying to test the level. Oh, did it hit it? You got there before. Probably going to close this one if the sellers don't jump through here quickly. I accidentally clicked that, to be honest with you guys. I got a new mouse and this thing is super sensitive. Come on. Come on, I'm trying to lock in, just break even at least. There we go. All right, now let's go. Give me my first target at least. You got more. Come on. You got it. Just got to talk sweet to it, you know. There we go. We'll take it. That got us back in the green on that account. 385. We'll take it. Oh, did this thing? Okay, I wasn't even paying attention, guys. So it did leave that gap open. And it's in the gap right now. So we're going to go ahead and take the entry. Long. So 904 to 956 is what, 52? So we need 104 handles. So 956 to 60, 15,060. All right, so we did take the long over here. Let me pull this over here so you guys can see it. So we did take the long there. As you can see, it wicked down into the gap, and I just took the long right there as soon as I saw it. All right. I think my math is right on that. 56 to 03 is 53, so 106. So 65 to 65. Wait, is that right? No, 56. Yeah, 56 to 56. Okay. So pulling back into the gap here. Click the mouse more. Clicks the mouse more. What do you mean? Oh. I mean, it's just one of those things. I just kind of got to get used to it. Just got to get used to it here. I'm going to move this over here just in case I decide to take another trade. That thing does that sometimes. I don't know why. I got most everything back up. There we go. Am I missing anything? I don't think I am. I don't know. Yep, that. All right. Sell, sell, sell here. That's what I said. I don't love this long, but this is what we're supposed to do. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Helps the channel. We appreciate it. Just getting a little push back up here. Got to get that ES back above the VWAP really if we plan on getting going. We do have Powell speaking at 11 o'clock today. I think I don't think there's any other news until then. Where is my one? Let's pull up the 1 minute. Okay, so we swept the high here. Let's kind of think about what might happen. I mean, we could still push up here. Let's take a look at the 3 minutes. So if we're going to sell, we'll probably got to break that 904 area. Yeah, Nasdaq pulled back to the VWAP right there at the 27, 28 area, bounced right off of it. ES pulled back to the 18s, trying to push back up here. It's one of those things, I mean, like I can say like, oh, I don't like this trade, right? But it could work. I mean, that's the thing. That's why you take them. I feel much better about taking them on the Topstep account because if it goes into the green and then comes back and stops me, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about the drawdown at all. I do like that. Oh, didn't mean to do that again. I was hovering my mouse there just to, we'll leave it on as long as I don't see red. If I see red on the watt, I'm going to take it off. No red yet. Might get stopped anyway. Yep, stopped me. So gave back some profits there. I really didn't mean to hit that. I don't know. I need to be better at that. Need to be better at that. Got to do better than that. So a little pullback there. Now the volume's starting to come through. Sometimes best just to hit the button and look away, right? Let's see if this thing can go. Give me the first target there at 72. Square me away at that one right there at 72. Come on, you got it. Come on. We're going to lock in a little profit here. At least. Probably going to stop us. Come on. Stop this out there. All right. It is what it is. Looked like it could go there for a minute, but then it said nah. Pulling back. And that's a ripper of a pullback there. Kind of missed the entry there at the 53. I mean, really, I guess it is into the whole number, so it does kind of break my rules anyway, so. Oh, excuse me. Well, feels like it's starting to chop a little bit here. Right here at the 50, so. So we're definitely getting some consolidation here. Buyers are trying to step in here, but the ES really got to get going above the VWAP here. Otherwise, as long as it hovers below the VWAP, which is where it's at, then it's not a good look for the upside. Nasdaq still above the VWAP. But kind of got to get the ES going there. What do we got? A 53-point stop here, so $1,000. 1,060. VWAP on the Nasdaq down there at the 30.29 area. Sellers trying to push in here at the VWAP now. Do we bounce? Or do we just sell through? Got a small pop off the VWAP there for just a moment. Just a moment there. Pivot point at the 12s. Gotta hold this VWAP and the pivot. A little bit of a double bottom here. Testing that VWAP once again. I'm trying to, I was thinking about taking a long there, but I don't know if I have the nerve to do it. Because it could just like sell right through there. Didn't press the button and it would have been fine. Kind of double bottomed right off that VWAP there is why I was thinking of a long, but it's all right. We didn't press it. ES back up to the 24s off that 18 area. The VWAP up at the 27s. See if this ES get above this VWAP here and get going. Back up through the 60s there, into the 60s. See if we get a little pullback here. So if it pushes, it'll take us with it. It's kind of the idea here. For red candle prints, well, we're in now. Watching the WADA here. Might get stopped here. Buyers coming back through. There we go. Push more. You got more. Come on. Buyer stepping up. We're going to lock in a break-even stop. Might get stopped out. Yeah. I love the way the buyers look here. It almost looks like it's going to pull back more. Got one close below the explosion line there. They're probably just going to pop through here, though. It's kind of tilted down at this point. Now it's coming in. All right, what I got filled there? Feels bad. Shouldn't have moved the stop. Got to start trusting it. All right, let me go ahead and write that down. Falling back into my old ways here, moving the stops. We got to stop doing that. There's no point in it. I know there's no point in it. Well, we are holding up here. We just got to get that ES going. All right, sellers coming back in here again. Man, this thing is just, we're in that time of day now. I think Powell speaks at 11. We're kind of in that time of day where 10:30, 10:40 to 11:20, 11:30, where kind of gets choppy. We don't really, this was into the 50, so I didn't take this short here in case you guys are wondering. Take another look at the 3-minute chart here, see what I see. I mean, it actually looks decent for a bullish move here, to be honest. We got an order block right here at the 47s. So really you want to see that kind of hold that 38 area on the 3-minute chart. So we do have an order block there at the 37. Let's see if that thing holds up. And there is a bullish fair value gap right behind it, like literally right in line with it. kind of show you guys over here on this chart what I'm looking at. So you got a bullish fair value gap here, and then you have this order block, bullish order block right here. So you want to see, if it's going to hold, you want to see this thing kind of, you don't want to see a candle, the body of the candle print kind of below the 50% mark of that area there. And if it can hold there, we can continue higher. And also holding that low to low trend line. So there is a lot of bullish stuff right here that looks pretty decent for maybe this move up. We'll see what happens. Still could go either way, right? That's just how it is. Testing that order block now. Moving below it. If it closes below it, then that's when, you know, can wick below it's fine. Just don't want it to close below it. So looks like it might close below it this time, which wouldn't be a great look. Yep, not holding it. Closed below it. So not a good sign. There is another order block just below it, though. I did just notice that. Well, that's not working. We're about to have a market structure shift to the downside here in just a moment. This thing doesn't hold the 900. Trying to hold that last order block there. We're going to get stopped, looks like. Gots to hold, gots to hold. Let's get back above that VWAP there and get going. Bouncing off the pivot point there at the 12s so far. I don't love the look of it now. For a second there, I was like trying to make a case for it to move high, but now I'm like, I don't know. Still could. I mean, we were like 2 ticks from being stopped out the other day, and it ran to the target. But it doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Triple bottom here on the 1 minute. Little triple bottom. Are we going to bouncy bouncy? We might. This certainly looks like an A leg, though. A leg down, maybe a little B leg back up, and then we'll probably get stopped out. Pretty nice bounce here. Right, there we go. That's what we want to see. Give us a nice target field there. Up $700 on that account now. That's why you shouldn't move your stop right there. You don't have to. So that looks, that could very well just be a B leg back up there, though. That's the only thing we'll see here. Yeah. It's telling us to take a short right now, but we're not taking a short. We're up 695. I took a couple of L's on it, but we got, and I broke a couple of rules, but we're good to go now. We've had 3 losers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 winners, 3 losers, 3 10-point winners, 1 15-point winner, 1 break even. So there's that account. 695. I do like the volume on that pushback up there. We really want to see that volume continue to come in here and push. We got the Nasdaq back above the VWAP at this point. Let's check out the ES. ES still basing below the VWAP though. So it did hold that order block, that lower one. Didn't hold the top one. Still don't love the look of it, to be honest. Still not in love with the look of it. Although I do see some buyers trying to pop in here. Buyers popping in here. Let's just watch. We are got the 50 up here about 10 points away. Just thinking about taking a long here, but on that 50 there, I think I'll hold off. We are above the dead man and the explosion line. All right, buyers trying to pop back in here. Let's see if they push this thing back above 50. Really got to pop that 50 and get going here. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. If you're interested in trading futures, APEX 90% off is going on right now through October the 5th. A couple more days. Bulenox as well. Link in the description with the coupon code for both. Does help the channel. We do appreciate it. Also, Topstep, $49 for a 50K account. No, it's a little more expensive, but I do like the Topstep accounts. But whichever you prefer helps the channel. So that's all that matters. Whichever works best for you. So we're kind of just in this chop zone right now. And this is kind of the time of day where I stop taking trades on this Ninzarenko strategy over here. So I probably won't take another trade on it until 11:10, 11:15-ish. But we do have Papa Powell speaking at 11, so that might influence that decision as well. We are currently green, I think, on most accounts. Barely over here on the copy trade accounts. Well, we're red on the account that we took the 15-minute breakout on right there, $300. Oops, I meant to take that with 2 contracts again, and I only took it with 1. That's okay. So $35 or so on all these accounts. You can see, I'll just click on a few of them. 35. Some are at 40, but then you look at this account, minus 185. How? This is literally the same. I only took the trades on that account. On these are all copy traded. I didn't take any other trades. So I'm not sure how. And that's not the one we took the first trade on. The one we took the first trade on where we didn't have the copier on. And see, these are down 20. Down 20 is this one. This is the one we took the first trade on where the copy trader was off. And we're up 130 on that one. So, I don't know. We'll just call it pretty much break even. Up a little bit. And we'll see how this trade turns out over here. Hopefully, we got a financial interest in the upside, so that's what we want to see. Maybe it can hold on until Papa Powell speaks, and then it'll go to the moon. I don't know. We shall see. Well, now the seller's trying to come back in here. We're testing the VWAP once again. Just chop, chop, chop here. Is this thing going to stop us out this time? You see how close it was to stopping us out there. I mean, just a couple of ticks away. A minute ago. Couple of ticks away from doing it. B says, good day, sir. I am wonder of trading client you're using. What is it? Which one are you talking about? This one here on the left is Ninja. The one on the right is Trade of 8. And then I got Quan Tower over here off stream. Quan Tower, Ninja, Trade of 8. And then we got Trading View for our charting. But yeah, I'm using Quan Tower for the copy trading. Ninja on the left for the Ninja Rinko strategy that I'm using on Bulenox. And then this is Topstep on the right. So you can see it did give us another buy signal here, but we're not taking it because we're trading into the 50. So would have got long at 41. It did push up to 53, so we would have got the first fill, but that's assuming we got the perfect entry there. Who's to say that would have happened? You could, yeah. So kind of interesting here, a little divergence here on the WADA, but just chopping around. You can tell us chopping when you when your 10-second chart starts to just go sideways like this. I mean, just, you know, chop city. No problem, B. We want to see it push. That's what we want to see. We want to see it go. Just shoot up 100 points for us. We'll be good with it. That's all we need. Retesting the VWAP once again. ES trying to sell back down to the 15s here. Not loving it. ES trying to push down. Is it going to drag the Nasdaq with it, or is the Nasdaq going to push up and take the ES with it? Who's going to win the tug of war here? Not looking good at this point. All right, trying to retest the pivot here. Hopefully we can hold it. Don't like the way the WADA looks, though, to be honest. WADA looks like we're not going to hold it. We're going to put in another bottom here and bounce out once more. There we go. We got to have these buyers come back in. That's not buyers. That is not buyers. Going in the wrong direction. Might get stopped. Might get stopped here. We can only fight it so much, right? Okay, okay, okay. We're holding it. Got a little divergence going on here. I think we're about to get another pop. And I'm going to take it. Come on. Come on, buyer. Oh. Trying to give it a second here. I jumped in early. I know I did, but I'm trying to give it a second here. Just give me the 37. And we'll call it good here. Come on, give me the 37s. You want it. Come on. Knew it wanted it. I knew it did. Knew it wanted those 37s. So that got us a little breathing room there. $390 now. Should be $390 on each account, but you know it won't be. Guess I didn't even take a trade on those. That's the 15-minute. All right, so we got $390 on 2. 3. 4. 170 on that one. I just heard a noise. That must have been that one was down like $200. So $390 on 7 of those accounts. And then $225 minus 30. I do not know what's going on with that account. Minus 30. Like, why are those in the red? I don't understand that at all. Who really knows? I don't know. I may end up just taking the top steps off the copy trader altogether because they doesn't seem to work that correctly. So anyways, we're up 390, I guess, across maybe like 8 or 9 accounts. And then we're up 695 over there. Down 300 on that 15-minute breakout strategy. And then obviously we're still in this trade over here. So probably just going to be watching this trade over here for the next 30 minutes or so until something happens. That was a pretty clean little, I mean, you could see we rocket shipped off this area earlier. Then we just tested it again, rocket shipped it again, and then this was the one I took. So I took this one here for this blast back up. Really is kind of idiot boxing here, though. You can see, really got to get going here to get out of this range that we're just hovering in. A little more clear on the 1-minute chart there. I really want to see this thing break 70. If we can break 70 clean here, I would feel a little better about the move to the upside. I guess over here on this chart, it really would be like 82, 83. This is a bearish order block here as well, but I'd like to see us break through that area and push on up. We haven't made that big of a move this morning. I guess it's been fine. 850 to 990. I guess it's 140, 150 points to the upside. So wonder if that means we're going to sell during the lunch hour, if we're going to continue to push. I guess we'll see. Let me open this. I forgot. Let's check and see how many subscribers we got going on here today. We need more. We know that. $336. So that's where we're starting the week at. I really love to end the week at like 360. So what is that? 24 this week. Really need more than that, but we would take the 360 area. So you guys know what it is. If you guys are watching and you're not yet subscribed, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. Statistically, somebody is watching that is not subscribed. So they say. All right, get a push here. See if we can clear the 70. Really, I like to clear the 70, and then let's get through that high of day at the 90. Not really the high of day, the high since open. You guys know what I mean? But this is just kind of an idiot box here, right? This thing's just not going. You really see it a lot better on the 10-second and the 1-minute chart. Just a big idiot box. Try to break out of it earlier, but not quite able to do it. We get back above that 15,000, we probably get going here pretty nicely to the upside. The hunger bug is real over here, guys. I am hungry. I think we're going to be doing a cheeseburger wrap for lunch. A cheeseburger wrap it is. It's one of my favorite things to eat since I've been kind of, I don't want to call it a diet since I've been watching what I eat. It's not really a diet because it's not something that I'll stop doing once I hit the goal. So I could potentially take a long here for a break over 62. If this candle prints green, really this would be a long entry. But I think we might have got tagged in right there. But because of the time of day, I'm not taking it. So 62, 72 would be the target on the first contract. See if she pushes through there. She will since I'm not in it. Testing the top of the idiot box here too, though. All right. So looks like we almost would have got the 10 handles right there on the first one. Like I said, testing the top of the idiot box there. Pulling back on us, 67. Entry would be at 62.50. So we didn't quite get the 10 handles. See if the buyers come on back in here. Doesn't look like it. What about the people at the bottom of the idiot box? Oh, I'm not calling them people, B. This is just the range, right? Here's your 1-minute chart. So here's the idiot box I'm referring to. So we kind of broke out of it earlier, traded right back into it, and just been in it ever since. I mean, you can see, look at this. Tested the top of the idiot box, trade right back into it. It's not really what you want to see. You want to see it push up, turn that into some support, and then continue. That's what I want to see. It's what I have a financial interest in. Are you saying that you're in the idiot box, B? I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. So pulling back here, this did make a proper leg up though. So if the buyers come back in strong here, we kind of hold the middle of the idiot box there, really that 40 to 50 area. You could really get a nice push back up. Could just be consolidating here before it pops out the top there, but what do I know? So what you'd want to see is a hold this area, push right back through the 50 strong here. Watch that WADA, see if the buyers come in. Buyers come in above the explosion line. We are currently still above the dead man, but just barely. I don't like buying the breakouts, though, at the top of the idiot box there. I really would rather it have broken out and then tested the top of it. That's not what we got. So Papa Powell is speaking here in, 5 minutes. So we are still in the trade. So we'll see if Papa Powell can take us to where we need to go. Let me look and see. I just want to make sure he does speak at 11. Thought that's what I read. 11 o'clock, MPC member Mann speaks, and then Fed Chair Powell speaks at 11 also. So, yeah. And then you got Fed Vice Chair Supervision Barr speaks at 1 o'clock. FOMC member Williams speaks at 1:30. Those are probably not going to move the meter very much, but Powell certainly can. What direction he moves it, still up for debate. If anybody knows, then just let me know. If you guys got some insider information, don't hold it from me. Share it. Share it with the group. Share the info with the group so we can all prosper. I have zero insider information. B said, you don't trade NQ, but you know what you're talking about. What are you trading over there? Are you trading the ES? You must be trading the ES then. Yeah, I think I'll go back and test these mechanical strategies on the ES tonight. Maybe we'll go back and do a manual back test. If not tonight, maybe tomorrow at some point. Just depends on when I feel like it. And I want to check those out. I'm curious to, what the results would be. Checking them on the ES there. All right, a couple minutes here until he speaks. Let's see if we stay tagged in here. I don't want to get stop loss hit before he speaks, but it might happen. Pulling back here, sellers coming through. Trying to pull back into the bottom of the idiot box. Juker up, then down, down, then up, 100%. That's right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, look at this, man. You could literally buy and sell the top and the bottom of this box, right? Buy, sell, maybe buy. It's a big enough range to where this is tradable, but I don't love it. All right, got to hold this area here. Don't lose this pivot. Lose this pivot, we're just smoked on this strategy. Or down, up, then down again. Yeah, that's true. You can play it both ways, for sure. You can play it both ways. It's got to pick a direction, right? It's got to pick a direction. All right, here we come. I don't know if Powell will be up right at 11. Sometimes he's a few minutes late. But somewhere in that range. You've shorted 970s multiple times, Juker. Seems reasonable. I just longed the 912s once. I wanted to long it twice, but didn't have the manhood to press the button. We were lacking in that area. Sorry to disappoint you guys. Did the best I could. Yeah, I don't even usually listen to Powell or anything because, you know, what he says is not really important to me, but it does move the market. Otherwise, we wouldn't even care about it. Really, I wouldn't. But it could move the market here. We want to see it just go to the moon. And by the moon, we specifically mean 15,061. Beyond that, we really don't care. 15,061 is the moon to us. Start the week off right with a W on this 5-minute gap strategy, and then, you know, be feel all right about it the rest of the week. That's the thing, man. This strategy. The funny thing is, when I started doing the forward test, you know, I think it's been green 4 weeks in a row. The first week where I didn't do the forward test, I just did a back test. First week when I did the back test, it was red. It lost, I think, 4 out of the 5 days. But since then, it's been on a tear. It's been on a tear. All right, we're about to test the top of the idiot box again here. Let's see. Maybe. Put in a higher low here. If you put a little low-to-low trend line over the last, whatever it is, 20 minutes or so, we are kind of holding that upward trend a little bit. Kind of holding the upward trend. Not that it's a very big upward trend, because it's not. Getting some volume now. Come on, Powell, pump it to the moon. Hopefully Juker's not short. Pretty sure he's probably already taken 75% off and he's got to stop at break even. If I had to guess. If I had to venture a guess. All right, testing the 50s again here. Let's get some energy here. Let's pop this thing right through the top there. Let's see what the ES has got going on. ES pushing 2, traded all the way back to the 10s. This actually is setting up, kind of looking like this might go here. Juker said, I've shorted. True. Yeah, we figure. All right, here comes the volume. We're going to test the 70s once more. Juker, you going to short the 70s again right here with Powell speaking? I don't think you will. You might, though. I don't know. Stop loss at 74. See, I knew it. Well, you already got your profit, so I'm okay with you getting stopped out at this point. But may not even, I don't know. Hard to know. Let's see if, let's pull up Powell, see if he's speaking. This way we'll kind of know when he's done. Let's see. Fed Powell speaking. That's 3 days ago. What's the day? That's not today. Testing the top of the box here. Let's go. What does it say? When people ask you what your job is, what do I say? that I'm poor, broke, unemployed, and that's it. That's about it. Nobody asks me what my job is. Nobody asks, typically. But now, yeah, I think most of my family kind of knows what I'm doing, but I really don't have anybody that asks me what my job is, to be honest. Not making enough money to call this a job, right? We're not making really any money, so can't call it a job yet. It is a, I don't know what it is. A hobby? Until you start making money, it's not a job. It's just a hobby. I don't know. All right, we got Powell speaking. Let's see what he's saying. Audio is pretty bad. The audio is pretty bad. So I don't know what he's saying, but at least I'll know when he's done speaking. There you go. Yeah, B, I kind of have it set up now to where I don't really have to have any income for the next year. That's kind of like my current situation. If I don't have any income for the next year, I'm perfectly fine. So I don't really have a job, but I do want to turn this obviously into a job. And I do stream 6 hours a day, so technically I guess it is a job, just not really getting paid for it yet. The affiliate money is not, when you're a small channel, it helps, but it's not a lot. But eventually, hopefully we get some, subscribers and move up in the YouTube world. I do appreciate all you guys that are watching. It definitely helps. Got to start somewhere, right? Just let the channel grow as it does on its own. Fed Chow participates. So this is just a community roundtable. So it's not even really him speaking, just himself speaking. It's some sort of community roundtable. Fed Chair Powell and Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker participate in a community roundtable with workers, small business owners, local employers, community leaders about efforts to redevelop and grow the local economy. That's what it says. So if we do hit this trade, what would it be? It's 105 points, so that's like $2,100. That'd be nice. That would be a nice kickoff to the week there. But don't want to get ahead of ourselves. You're just going to go make some dinner. Nothing wrong with that. Not much to do here until, you can trade this, but I don't recommend it. So if you are new here and you're not yet subscribed, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, like the video. Hit that like button for me. And, we do stream 5 days a week, 9:15 to usually close. I'll usually take an hour, maybe 2-hour break sometime during the day. Most of the time it's not that long, but sometimes it is. Just depends. See if Mancini said anything else. Not yet. And so I didn't really see this morning. I was looking kind of like for that silver bullet setup. Really didn't see. I mean, you did trade into a fair value gap down here first thing at 10 a.m., but that would have been kind of difficult to buy there, if you ask me. So the ES did test the VWAP one more time. Couldn't get above there. Kind of pulled back now. Got to get that ES above that VWAP there to get going. This has been just a chop fest for like the last, I don't know, since 10 a.m. Since 10 a.m., just a chop fest. Not going anywhere. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back. Whoa, I'm hooked to the chair here. I'm going to run in here to the bathroom. Be right back. Alrighty, B says, how often do I back test? Well, B, when I find a strategy that I like, I back test. I'll usually take and back test that strategy for a minimum 6 months. So I'll take and I manually do it myself. So I'm not a person who puts it into TradingView or any of these other programs that you have that can back test the strategy for you. I do it myself manually. So I go each day to day and I look at whatever I'm looking for at that time or when it presents itself. And I back test it day to day for a minimum 6 months. And if I like what I see, I keep track of the win percentage, the average win, average loser, what I think the stop loss should be, so on and so forth. And then I take those parameters and I put it into a forward test. And that's what I'm doing here with this mechanical strategy, the 5-minute. So the forward test is going to last probably a good 3 months. Now I am using it on these challenge accounts. I did use it some on the funded accounts before. Probably not a smart thing to do. But, and so then you take that and you put it into the forward test and you just keep up with it. See how it does. So far, it is right in line with what the back test was. The 5-minute strategy is beating the back test slightly. It's running at about a 55% win rate. During the back test, it ran at 49%. And the 15-minute break is slightly behind the back test. The back test ran at about 54 or 55% on it. and it's running at 50%. Well, actually, it was at 50% going into today. 12 winners, 12 losers, but then we had a loser today, so 12 winners, 13 losers at this point. How's it going, Phoenix? Good morning. All right, we're getting a push here. I like it. Let's get through the 90s there, get back above 15K. So as long as you, you don't want to just back test and then jump in full board. You want to back test, kind of determine what risk to reward you'll seek out on the strategy. For example, the 15-minute break, I chose a 2.5 to 1. The 5-minute gap strategy, I chose a 2 to 1. And the back test is the reason why I chose those amounts. It's going good. Phoenix, we are up 390 across like 9 or 10 accounts over here. And then we are up, what is that, 695 on this account. We're down 300 on the 15-minute opening range break. And then here's the 5-minute gap strategy. Kind of chopped around this morning. Almost got stopped out on it twice, 2-3 times here, you can see. But now I'm trying to push the 15,000s here. Take profits up there at 15,061. So we'd like to see a winner here. Now let's look and see where we can move our stop at. Now I may not even move the stop. I'm not 100% sure. I'm kind of 50-50 on moving the stop. But if we're long from 1956, 14,956. So 106 points. So theoretically at 80 points, you could move the stop. So that would be, I don't know what that would be. 106 minus 80, 26 points. So 61 minus 26. So at 35, we could move the stop and lock in 50 handles. 53. So let's just say if we got to 35 there, then you can lock in 53 handles, which would be 09. So pretty much be like right where it is now. So that'd be the idea. I don't love it just because like when I move the stop, a lot of times it just stops me out and then it ends up going to the target anyway. I would imagine the ES is probably approaching the VWAP. All right, so it's above the VWAP. Let's see if it got to make it stick here. Really has to make it stick. So we can't lock in profits till we get to the 35, but at 35 we can lock in whatever 53 handles, which is about $1,000, I guess. Target up there at the 61, so see what happens. Really, I don't even know. Is that right? Is my math even right on this? Let me check. Let's double check this thing. I should have been getting long because I'm long. Yeah, I guess pretty close to where you're supposed to be. 56. Stop at the 03. So 956 minus 903. That's 53 handles. Yeah, so that's right. All right. Gotta double check my math, make sure everything's right. So I got a nice little A-leg push up there. I kind of want to make the top of that stick. I want to really hold this 90 area. Is what we really would like. Let's hold this 90. Continue that push up. Want to get the ES to kind of hold the VWAP right here at the 25s. It's kind of testing it right now. Really want to try to hold it there. Papa Powell still speaking. Don't know that has much to do with what's going on right now. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Nah, I don't know. I don't really know. See, that's the thing. When I do my back test on this strategy, I don't back test it with moving the stop. That's why I almost think I shouldn't move the stop. But The reason I was moving the stop before was because of the, and I forgot, I did not take this trade on the other Apex account. I was supposed to. That's what I forgot. But anyways, I was moving it before because we were using the intraday trailing drawdown account, and this one is an end-of-day drawdown, so it literally doesn't matter. We could be up 1,000, it could stop us out for 1,000, and we're just losing 1,000. So obviously, we don't want to lose 1,000. We want to make some money, but because this is a fresh 150K account, so you know you need $9,000 in profit to get this one funded. So might take 5-6 weeks to kind of get there. It's averaging about 2,000 a week, so at 2,000 a week, you're going to need 5 weeks to get to that profit target with one mini. Then probably another 5 weeks to get enough room to be able to take some money out of the account. So that's the idea. And I was gonna buy 3 150K accounts, but I decided to just do one at a time instead of just, because I was just gonna put 3 on there and group trade them. But I didn't want to spend $450 for 3 150K accounts, so didn't want to do it. Moving the stop into more risk. Well, it's not more risk. You risk the stop getting hit, right? I've back tested it. I did back test moving the stop, and it seems fine. More often than not, it hits the target without without coming back and hitting the stop at the 1-to-1. So what you do is you lock in a 1-to-1 ratio at 1.5-to-1. So as soon as you hit 1.5-to-1, you lock in a 1-to-1. Because theoretically, if it hits 1.5, if it hits 35, it really should move into 61 before it comes back to the 09-10 area anyway. That's what you would think. So is there a pivot point up here at the 14s? I don't see it on my, is it over here on this one? It is. Okay, so there is a pivot point there at the 14s. So right now we're kind of fighting a pivot point here. Got to get through there. So basically you're just locking in 1-to-1 risk to reward once it gets to 1.5-to-1. ES to the moon here. Here we go. ES to the moon. Now, see, I don't know if that's considered, I mean, it touched it, so there we go. All right. Now let's see 61. Let's just keep going here. ES just blasted off to the moon, so we should be able to do the same here. Come on. Let's make it to the 60s here. And this is what I mean about moving the stop. If this thing comes back and stops me and then goes, then I think I'm going to go to a not move the stop at all type strategy there. ES pushed up into the 36 here. Probably need to get the ES into the 40s here in order to kind of, let's see what Mancini said this morning. There's 40. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Excellent supported defense this morning, 4308. 20-point rallies. Chop now. Do not overtrade or analyze noise. Same drill, 35 dip. 50 remains up next. So he thinks we hit 35, then we dip. And I think that's kind of where we're at now. Yep, 35. Let's see if the NAS has enough to get to the 60s first. Why not predefined risk? Yeah, I have. That's what I've done. So it's a 2-to-1 risk to reward predefined on this strategy. So whatever my stop is, it's 2-to-1. All I'm saying is if we get to 1.5-to-1, then you can lock in a 1-to-1, because basically if it comes back and it trades below this, then typically it doesn't hit your target. It would probably come back and stop you out for a loss, but not always. It's just kind of locking in something. That's all it is. So I don't really have to move the stop, and it may not make sense to move the stop, but that's what we're doing. Obviously, when you're up $1,700, you want to at least lock in something, but I really want to get this thing pushed through that 61 there and give us the full profit there. So the ES pushed up to the 36. Really, I think we're going to have to get the ES into the 40s here, maybe up to 40 at least to give us this pop. Maybe even not. If we just get it up here a couple more points, we could get a nice pop over here on the NAS. Seems as though she wants it. No sellers really to speak of yet. The explosion line is moving below the dead man, which I don't love. But at this point, we can't lose, so kind of is what it is. Got a pivot right there at the 14, so you really want to see it hold above that pivot at the very least. ES traded up into the 36 there, pulling back into the 33 now. So if the ES just pushes back into the 36, that might give us what we need to push into the 60 here. We just get a little consolidation here, and then another little push up. The error that I made, I think, on Thursday of last week was I didn't lock in. I locked in the 1-to-1, but then I moved the stop up even further, and it hit it, and then it went. So we're not going to do that today. We're going to leave it right where it is for now. We'll see what happens. So getting a little consolidation here. It's not going to go straight up, right? So it's all right if it get a little consolidation. So Mancini just tweeted out again. I'm trying to select it, but it ain't letting me. What's going on there? All right, he said it took its time, but 43.35 target just clipped for 27 points off the 08 support. If long, lock in partials here and leave a risk stress-free runner. All bonus now. 43.50 remains up next for target number 2, which should break to 43.66. 43.80 next up. Same supports apply. So it still could go here, as always. I think we see those 60s. Can't believe I forgot to take the trade on the Apex account too. This would have put that one in green because I think we're down about $800 on that account too. We pierce 50 here, then we see 60 pretty quickly, probably. I would imagine. Turn it up. So if you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. If you are interested in trading futures, like I said, Apex got 90% off till October the 5th. I don't even know when that is. What is that? 3 more days. So you got 3 more days to lock in a 90% off there. Bulenox also 90% off. Pretty much the same rules on Bulenox as there is on Topstep there. Main difference is you can only have, I think, 11 Bulenox accounts. You can have 20 Topstep. So there's that. Little consolidation here, little consolidation. Nothing for us to worry about as long as it doesn't hit our 08. We don't care what it does as long as it makes it to the 61. That's all we care. So we're just waiting. Oh, yeah, I turned off. Let me see if he's still speaking. All right, the meeting's still going on. So get some consolidation up here, which is kind of expected. Starting to push the 46 again. See ES pushing the 36. No real buyers to speak of yet, though. Sellers are just hanging out. Also, that is another thing, B, to keep in, to consider today is like, Powell is speaking, right? So you want to lock in something. He could say something and it could dump 100 points. You just never know. So you got the previous session high up there at the 61, right where my take profit is. So just need to push that right through there and we'll be good to go. Nothing for me to do here. This could have been a trade that we took on the other accounts, but that came in so quick there. That volume came in so quick. ES pushing the 37s now. We should start going here. ES almost to the 38. Like I said, if we get the ES near the 40 here, I think that gives us what we need. If we can get the ES to the 40. It's at 43.37 right now. Let's get it to the 40. Let's get it to the 40s. Where are the buyers at? And we literally got up here and now it's just like no buyers. It is good that we're not pulling back though on the sellers here. Not that the sell volume is very high, but it might reverse. I don't know. If it does, we've protected ourselves already. So we've protected ourselves already, and that's all we can do. So ES pushed up into the 38, now pulling back into the 35. Needed to kind of hold here. Need it to hold here, and let's go. This is where it kind of gets a little stressful for me when it starts to pull back. I want to just lock in that 1500, but no point in doing that. We might get stopped here, guys. So this is an end of the day drawdown account, so it doesn't matter that we're up $1,600 on it. I think maybe even $1,700 at one point. We'll hurt a little bit that we're only 15 points away from our take profit. And we'll get stopped out 40 points lower than where we were at. That will kind of hurt, but that's okay. All right, got to hold here. Got that pivot point there at the 14s. Going to have to hold that if we're going to go. I'm going to be happy with any profits here, guys. I mean, look, we were a couple ticks away from getting stopped out down here anyway. Like right in here. Our stop was right there. We literally were 2 ticks away from getting stopped out for a loss. So anything that happens here is bonus. Yeah, a little bit, Dylan. Not too bad. Not too bad. 16 people, I think, watching right now so far. We need some more subscriptions, though. We need some subs, some likes. And we got some likes. Let's see. We get any more subs yet? Nope, still at 336, looks like. Dylan's wanting it to reverse here, and I need 61. Come on, Dylan, let it give me 61, and then it can reverse. Are you already short? You're probably already short. Obviously, we already got the stop in profit 50 handles, so not a big deal, but like I said, I kind of want to see it hold that pivot at the 14s. You're flat now. Are you trading the ES today, or are you on the NQ? You're on the NQ, aren't you? On the old nasty. Now we just really got to get the ES pump back to that 37, 38 level. I think that'll probably give us what we need if we can get it to go. If not, like I said, our stop's in, so nothing to worry about. Zero stress-free trade. That's what you like. It either gives us our target or it stops us out. How's it going, Anna? How is it going? Gotta go if you're gonna go. Is Powell still speaking? Let me look. Yeah. No. Are they still speaking or they took a break? I think the meeting's maybe it's ending. They're zoomed out on the table here, and people are kind of walking around, so I don't know. Might get stopped here. Got to hold this pivot. Need to pump off this pivot here. Hold it at the 14s. Gotta hold it. Not good. You brought the wrong Apex account, and now you cannot trade my second account. What did you buy? Did you buy Trade Evade or something? Holding up at that pivot for now. You see we got our stop at the 08, pivots at the 14. Not a whole lot of room between the pivot and the stop, so we got to hold it. Rhythmic. You can trade it on Quan Tower. It's a nice, easy setup, Quan Tower. Are you normally trading it on Trade Evade? Or you can use Ninja. Ninja's a little more of a, it's a little bit more to set up, but I like it overall. Okay, they're still talking. Oh no, we're going to get stopped out there. Oh well, what can you do? Stopped out there for $1,055. We'll take it. I'm not going to complain about it. You need Trade Evade? Yeah. Well, you can always. They're not going to fix it for you, I can tell you that. They will not fix it for you. So I recommend just signing up for the Quan Tower. It's a pretty easy setup. It's going to be very, very similar to what you're using on Trade Evade. You just have to have 2 charts up. It's not the end of the world. You can do it. Yeah, so you just open up Quan Tower, AMP Futures, put in your information, hit connect, and then bring up a chart. You're good to go. Sucks to have to do it on 2 different screens, but you could do it. So now the question will be, will this run to our target? Don't think it will. I don't know that it will. All right, dumping pretty hard now. Unable to hold that pivot. So we're now in a time of day where we can kind of take a trade here, but pulling back into the 80s. ES testing the VWAP here. Yeah, no problem. ES testing the VWAP there. Where's the VWAP on the NAS? All the way down at the 42. 942 for the Nasdaq. So we're right here in that 80-90 area. I mean, it's just been all sell volume since we had that push up. Kind of crazy. All sell volume. Some buyers trying to pop back in here. Maybe we push this thing back above the 5,000, whatever, 15,000 area there for a moment, then continue to sell. We might participate short if that's the way of it. I don't love that the ES is just there at the VWAP though. Kind of want to get through that VWAP if we're going to. So buyers trying to pop back in here, but not very much buyers, that is. It's probably just a little push back up for this move down to continue. Like I said, I would like it to push back above the kind of 15,000 area, test that 05. Test that 05, hold below the pivot there, and then continue to sell. That's what it's going to do. Kind of looking like that's what it's setting up for here. 42 red candles in a row on the Rincos there, and I didn't press the button. I mean, look at that. So testing the 95s here. All right, let's try to pay attention here. Didn't get back above the did not get back above the whole number there like I was kind of thinking. Sell stop limit.
Order submitted.
So we'll take a short here if this thing busts through the 90.
Order filled.
All right, well, so we're short. Let's see what happens. We may get stopped here, but kind of keep an eye over here on the sells. See some green. I don't love that. Come on. Where are the sellers at? All right, I was going to take it off there. Ah, you dirty dog. As soon as I took it off, the sellers popped through there. That's the way they do me. That's the way they do me. I mean, literally as soon as I took it off. I think I was short at like 80. Where was I short at? Right there. 89. So the target would have been 79 on the first. So I don't think we would have hit the target on the first yet, but it for sure is going to go. Could re-enter. Feels bad re-entering though, so I'm not going to do it. That's all right. We took a little bit out of it. 730 on that account. Did take the sell signal. We got the sell signal right there, right where we took it. I don't know why I didn't hold that. I was just kind of watching so there we go, 71. So we would have got the full 15 points on that one. Feels a little bad there. That's okay. That was proper setup there too, and we just bumbled it. Trying to see how's the, I don't know why the VWAP's not in there. Oh well. Who knows? Still pulling back here. All the way down to the 63. Losing the VWAP there on the ES. Nasdaq pulling back. VWAP at the 43s there. Trying to get a little pop here. Don't think we're going to be purchasing the pop here. Not going to be purchasing the pop. Sellers trying to push back through. Yes, down to the 20. Trying to test the 20s here. WADA's looking pretty decent here for a sell down. I already feel like I missed the move. I took the entry there, but you can see like this was, you had 42 red bars in a row. I didn't even participate there. Then I took this one, but short profit, break even basically. So like you feel like you're chasing it if you enter it again. Doesn't mean it can't go lower. I just not as in love with it as it would have been those first two entries there. Kind of testing the top of this entry here on the 5-minute from this morning. This little consolidation area is going to be a bit of probably support now. Sellers are coming through now though. ES back to the 16s here. All the way back to the 16s. Now see, B, this is why I lock in the profits when I did. This is the rationale behind that, because we're all the way back to the entry. It doesn't mean that we won't go back to our take profit. Still could. But this is where the stop was. You can see how close we were to getting stopped this morning. Literally 2 ticks from getting stopped. I don't know that we pull back that far because we do have the VWAP. If we hold that VWAP strong, we're approaching it now at the 43. Let's kind of see what happens. Powell still speaking over there at that little community, whatever gathering thing they got going on, round table. Sellers starting to disappear here. Might get a pop back to the upside. Let's just see. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. If you're interested in trading futures, we do got the link to APEX, 90% off. Good through October the 5th, 3 days from now. Link in the description, also in the chat there. Should have a link to it. And coupon code down there as well. And same thing for Bulenox. Coupon code, link in the description for that as well. So there's no better time like now to pick up some evaluation accounts. So if you're looking to get some, go ahead and do it. Yeah, they're having a community. That's what they're calling it. Calling it a community roundtable. I don't know what community it is. Is it it just says local community. I don't know a whole lot about it, so who knows? You guys probably know more about it than I do. Y'all know more about it than I do, I'm sure. I'm completely non-political. People don't believe me when I say that, but I am really not. I'm one of those few people who could care less. Could care less. I probably should care more, but I just don't. So all the way back to our entry point and a little lower now. I feel like it might hold, though, to be honest. I feel like we may hold here and kind of push back up. We just might hold. So if you are watching and you're not subscribed, come on, hit that subscribe button. Let's do it. Let's do it. I hate to keep asking. I'll stop asking once we get to 1,000, but until then, I'll have to ask. We will have to ask until then. So the momentum to the downside is kind of slowing down. We traded back into the idiot box. Now let's move this off the screen here because we're not going to be taking any more trades on that account anyway. Let's put the 1 minute back over here. You guys can see that idiot box from this morning. Right there. Right back into that area. Back into that range. So, you know, this should provide us with some support here, right? Oh, yeah. I know, Juker. I just, you know, hey, if you don't ask, you don't get most of the time. But I also don't want to be one of those people that's asking all the time, you know. So pulling back, let's just kind of look and see. Like I said, can it bounce in this area? Where do we think? Let's just kind of look. I mean, you'd really think it'd have to get through the 06 there, right? Keep selling. Yeah, I think it's going to have to break that 06 to kind of keep selling here. We really could bounce in this area. This back into that gap, that kind of gap right here from this morning. So as long as it kind of holds that area, I think we can go. Possibly get a move back up. Volume's coming in here, but the explosion line's below the dead man, so nothing to do for me. Yeah, we lost $1,000 on Friday across what, like 10 or 11 accounts. Today we're up 390 across the same 10 or 11, so we got about half of it back. We'll try to find maybe one more entry and get most of it back. If not, we'll be content with the 390 that we've got. But I imagine at some point today there'll be another entry that we'll take. So the ES back to the 15s now. Sellers coming back in here. Woo! Do we take this? I'm not going to take it because this is an area where we could bounce and got the pivot point down here at the 12. I don't quite know what this pivot point here is at the 21. It's showing up on Ninja. Maybe that's a weekly pivot. I really don't know. I don't know why it's showing up in a different spot. Could be, I suppose. Could be because I'm on the Ninja Rinko, right? I don't think. Could be, though. So that would have paid there, but just trying to, you know. Woof, look at this thing. Full on sell mode there. Volume just came in spot on. Touched the pivot right there at the 12. So my stop was 0452. Is that right? Yeah, 0450. So that's where my stop was. on that 15-minute strategy, or 5-minute. I don't know why I keep mixing it up. So kind of a 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe a potential five bottom here. I don't know what that, a quint bottom. I don't know what you'd say there. Testing this level for the 5th time. I guess that's what we'll say. The ES is down to the 07s. It's really got to hold this level here. It ran the lows. So Nasdaq lagging behind just a little bit, but the ES just ran the lows there. Lows for the Nasdaq all the way down at the 826. So another 100 points to the downside. And the ES is already, ES looking a little bit weaker here, I guess. What did Powell say? I have no idea. Is he still talking? They're still live. The audio on my end's not really coming through. So we are bouncing here. You must have said something, Predator. Because that was just a complete, V shape, but in the downward position. So the ES losing that 08 there. It's all the way down to the 07. Problem with shorting right now is any strength in the ES at this point is going to just bounce us. You had a couple potential entries. That was a nice little setup short right there, but it was at the 90. Another one there. But I didn't take this one because we were trading into that support area where I thought we could bounce. Obviously we didn't. See if we would have got stopped here. Back to the 10s now. See if we break through that pivot or not. Feels like we are. Also on the 3-minute chart right there at the top, up there at 15,046, we topped out 4 times without able to break it. So I didn't see that really at the time. Trying to get my screen over here, but you can see this 3-minute chart. I mean, we tried to tap through there 4 times and couldn't do it. Should have been a sign that it's probably going to turn back down. But of course, that's the mechanical strategy, so nothing for us to do. We just put our stop in, and whatever happens, happens. We're losing the pivot now. Feels like it's going to stop us. Would have stopped us. So glad we're locked in that $1,000 there. That would have been detrimental on the Rhythmic account there. So we bounced here four times before. Let's see if we bounce again. ES down to the 06. So holding up there. Still did not stop us out. It would be just comical if this thing runs back up to the 15,061. That would be comical. It could happen. You never know. I think the 36, is this the one that I'll have to check it. Nope. 34. 34. So account number 34. That's the one we were using for that strategy before. So maybe we take it. If it starts to push back up, maybe we take it. on this account. Is that? That's not right. So far, we would not have been stopped out. The question is, do we take it on this account? I don't know that it makes any sense to do it. Certainly looks like it's just kind of in sell mode here. Although we are getting sticky here at the pivot still. We're below the VWAP now on the ES and the Nasdaq. Thinking of doing this.
Order submitted.
So if a red bar prints, this would tag us in short.
Order filled.
Oh. I might get stopped right away.
Stop filled.
Oh, well. I didn't have that quite low enough, I guess, apparently. And that is right at the pivot. So let me go ahead and put that one down. Technically, that is against the rules. I forgot the pivot was right there. Pivot at the 12s. So I literally shorted at the pivot. Shorted right at the pivot there. So up 430 on that account now. So gave back some of the profits. I should have waited until this thing pushed into the 900 and then let it push back up to 914, 915. Then took the short. But ES back to the 06. Probably should be not participating short down here anyway. Has bounced here 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5. This will be the 5th time if it bounces now. That's held this area. Buyers trying to pop in here. Explosion line below the dead man. That's another reason why we shouldn't have been taking a short there, but we weren't even looking at the WADA. We were just looking at, oh, there's a reversal bar. It's not how we're supposed to be doing it. Coming into lunchtime now, are we going to sell down to the lows on the Nasdaq, or are we going to bounce here and head back towards the highs? Let's just take a look. Certainly looks like an area where we could bounce.
Order filled. filled.
I gotta stop. Gosh. Oh, I accidentally hit the button there. Started to take it off, and it was like $50 in the green, and I did not. Didn't mean to hit the button there. There was no signal. It's just my finger accidentally pushing the button. So up 175 on that account now. Giving some profits back. Still below the dead man over here. Holding up at the pivot there at the 12s. So we would have got stopped out on the 5-minute strategy there. You can see it just wicked right below our stop there. And if you put the Fibonacci on that move up, it does look like we're in an area where we could bounce for sure. We are in an area where we could bounce. Or we could just sell, you never know. Still talking over here. Still in the meeting. Still holding up there at the pivot. Kind of ran those stops that probably were arresting over here under this level. Kind of looks like an area where we could bounce, but gotta see if the ES is going to hold this 0708 area. It's down to 06 right now. Trying to push back down. Down to the 03s on the ES there.
Order submitted.
Oh, what happened here? Oh, I was about to say, where's my stop? All right, I'm going to give this one a little extra room here. This might punish us, but come on. Try to take profit a little lower here. It's going to watch the WADA. If it starts to reverse on us, then we'll close it. I want to see the sellers come through here. That's buyers. That's not sellers. I think we get this pushed through here, but I'm trying to give it a little extra room. It's not really what this strategy over here is about, but need to see the sellers pop through here and push this thing through the 900s. There we go. At least give me the first one, and then I'll move my stop to break even. It's going to go ahead and move it. I don't like it. It's either going to go or it's not now. All right, we got the first target. Let's keep getting this push on through here.
Stop failed.
We'll take it. Got us back up to 445 there. Now the sellers are coming through. I don't like trading the 90 to the whole number there, but when you push back up above the whole number, you know, into the 04 area, I felt okay about the fact that we should probably move down to 90 at least. And we did. I thought we might just fall through there and get down here to the 70s, but a little bounce off the 90 there. Probably should have left my stop right there at the whole number, but I didn't. Because we could have left it right there at the whole number, break even. It probably is going to go hit our target down here. ES testing the 4,300 level now. Through that 90 here, probably a swift move down into the 70s. Possible. We're above the explosion line and the dead man here. Sell volume trying to push through. Got some buyers trying to step in here. Let's see if it prints. Okay, buyers coming in. Not printing above the explosion line yet. All right, it did print now. So if this thing gets back above the whole number, we could be in business back to the upside. But all right, we only got one bar print above the explosion line. So still looking good for the sellers here. Lose that 90 is going to be a swift move down. Kind of a battle right here. The ES is at the whole number there at 4,300, so this could be a tricky spot to get through. Buyers popping in there once again. ES bounced off the 4,300 back up into the 04s here. Explosion line is below the dead man at this point. Just barely. But it is. Still speaking over here, Papa Powell. He's still speaking. Pushing the 05s here. Starting to look a little bouncy for sure. Got that pivot point there at the 12 to be aware of. Right there. So what do we want to have happen here? Let's get above the 12, turn that 12 into some support, and then we can continue higher. We can consider a long at that point. Ask yourself, why did we not take the long here? Well, the whole number. Trading into the whole number. Pivots at the 12s. Don't have a lot of room. So we don't want to see this reject below the pivot if it's going to continue higher. You want to see it push through there. Then sell back down and then go. It's kind of the idea. As long as it holds up here, this very well just could be a turn back down for the move to continue down. Short. Could make an argument in both directions here. So as long as you're below the pivot, I'd imagine we continue to sell. Get above the pivot there. Turn that thing into some support. Could have a different story on our hands. We could. ES bounced off that 4,300 and back up to the 08s. The ES gets above 08s, we probably get going strong here. All right, we're through the pivot there at the 12s. Let's turn that into some support here. Let's wait for a proper pullback. Too deep into this move to try to participate at this point, so we want to just wait. Let's get a pullback and then we can jump in. Just kind of want to get a pullback. Let's hold that pivot. We'll take a long. ES above the 8s now, pushing the 10s. Got to be patient here, wait for the pullback. Don't want to just jump in. Might work, but you just jump in here, it's going to pull back as soon as you jump in. So at least that's what it does to me. So let's just wait. All right, getting a little pullback here. Let's see a couple of red candles print. That's what I'd like to see. Let's get a couple of red candles print here on the 1 minute. And then we might could consider a long. Volume's now below the explosion line. Nothing red though yet. Still green, but I'd like to see a pullback. Want to see some red in here, just a bit. All right, we'll take it over here. It's teasing us, probably going to punish us, but can't lose now, so let's see if it goes. I don't trust it. Never gave us that proper pullback. Now we're getting it. All right, there we go. So I knew this was going to happen as soon as I get in there. Probably shouldn't even have gotten in, to be honest. But hey, sometimes FOMO wins. Sometimes it gets the best of you. Now we're getting the pullback. I mean, this is also trading into, you know, there's a bearish fair value gap here on the 1 minute and the 3 minute there. I don't normally kind of use those outside of the silver bullet stuff, but it is something to be aware of. Boy, I almost hit the button right there. We are at the pivot, though. The sell volume does look tasty, though. I can tell you that. That sell volume is looking tasty. You know, I like to rest my hand up here on the sell or the buy, but I keep accidentally pressing it, so I got to try to remember today to not. Don't even rest your hand there. So are we going to hold the pivot here and push back up? What we got going on? Are we going to lose it? ES pushed back up into the 12. Now it feels like it's losing it. Holding it so far. there more room to the downside? Always could be. We do have the whole number there as well. So I'm trying to be aware of that. So the explosion line's above the dead man at this point. So if the buys come back in here and start to push, we could take a long, but it's looking like hard to kind of know which way to trust here, huh? Feels like down, but feels like down, but who knows? Hold this pivot, it could be up. The explosion line is now tilted down, and it's basically at the dead man. So I don't love that. I don't know. If I had to venture a guess, I say that we sell, but we don't guess. We wait for it to tell us. So we're definitely below the dead man at this point. Trying to turn back up. The explosion line's trying to tilt its way back up. If we get one more print up, then we're going to take it. That one printed down slightly. It's trying to push. Really is. Doesn't have the energy, though, to do it just yet. We are technically still below the dead man. Trying to see if this is going to give us a B to C to the upside, or if it's just going to continue to sell here.
Order filled.
All right, we're going to take it right here. See if we can't get this push. Can't lose on it at this point. There comes the volume. Gotta go. Come on. Gotta go.
Stop filled.
Still technically below the dead man there. I mean, it's just right at it. I think it is going to go, but just didn't trust it. So that put us back over $500 on that account there. I'm going to grab a bite to eat right quick, guys. You guys don't hear the dog barking today. That's because he's at the groomer, getting his nails done and stuff like that, and getting a bath. He's probably pissed off at me. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. Not going anywhere. Just going to go in the kitchen and make a couple of cheeseburger wraps. So I'll be right back. All right, well, we took a couple of losers right there. Just not really paying super close attention. Shorted into the whole number. Took a long over here.
Order filled.
All right, this one should go. Should. And the buyers just disappeared. Lovely. I'm going to give this one a little more room here. Might get punished for it, but I think this one should kind of go. All right, I'm going to kill it if the buyers don't come in here on the WADA in a second. I don't want to dig too deep of a hole here. This red candle prints, so I'm just going to take the loss.
Order filled.
Took the loss there, took the loss. So we'll have a little work to do there on that account. It still looks like it. I don't know. Hard to tell. We are right here at the pivot. I've taken I think I took those last 3 trades into the pivot. Which is probably not the smartest. Not the smartest of moves there. 1242, so it is kind of just chopping around. You can see we did get the signal, right? Buy signal, sell signal. This one we didn't get a signal, but in the background was a green. So I think I went long there anyway, didn't I? Just kind of idiot box in here. I took 3 or 4 entries there that were kind of unnecessary. Trying to push here, getting above the pivot once again.
filled.
I mean, I don't know. It feels like this thing's going to sell here. Let's try to give it a little bit extra room here. See if we can't get through that whole number strong here. Sellers coming in here. Just can't lose now. I want to see the sellers push this on. Stop this out. It's kind of trading right into the whole number there, so Phoenix says nice, yum. Yeah, they were pretty tasty. That's what I like to do. Had to make sure I turned the mic back on. I could have been just talking to myself over here. Let's see here. Oh, pushing back up here. Buy volume coming in. All right, this looks a little better this time.
Order submitted.
All right, let's see if this thing goes. See if it goes. I don't know.
Order filled.
Buyers coming in here. Let's see. Let's see. Gotta go if you're gonna go. Just chopping around here, and I keep taking trades right into the pivot. Kind of stupid on my part. Well, if I see red, we'll just have to kill it. If it hits the stop first, then it just hits the stop, I guess.
Stop filled.
All right, gotta get a little more serious about it now. I've just been taking entries kind of willy-nilly in the last 15 minutes. I did this the other day too. That's how I ended up. I did it on Friday. That's how I ended up down $1,000. Just like, oh, let me just take this trade, even though it's not really a proper setup. We know we're just idiot boxing here, so really no reason to do anything. So now it's pushing through the whole number here. Test the 90s. ES down to the 97s, pushing through the whole number. All right, we get a little push back up here, and then we'll take the short. ES down to the 95s. Want a little push back up here. We'll take the short. I don't know if we ever push back above the whole number. I think we'd already tested it once. Well, I'm trying to get a push back up, trying to be patient for it here. Here we go.
Order filled.
All right, we're going to take the short here. And we're going to give this some room. Try to move the stop down, but
Stop filled.
stopped out there. Buyers came right back in, so well, are we going to get a pop back up or not here? We got a little pop up there, but still got a little. It's funny because I just heard something. It sounded like something was outside, and I was like, what is that? Not my cameras going off, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything. ES down to the 95s.
Order filled.
All right, we're going to take this again. Again, we're going to give it room here. See if we can't get the sellers to come in here and push this down. If the buyers come in, we could just be in trouble here. That's kind of the pushback up I wanted a minute ago. I didn't get it. I didn't wait for it. This definitely is not the strategy. It looks like it wants to sell, but I don't know. Just watching the WADA here. It's not really seeing any sellers coming through just yet. Just trying to give it a minute. The buyers are trailing down here. ES at 98, the low's 95 there. Just trying to be patient here. Took this trade a little too soon. If it gives me an opportunity to get out, we're just going to get out. Should have never really been in the trade, so certainly not the smartest of trades here. Buyers is not what we want to see.
Order filled.
Well, I guess we did it on that one. Yeah, that wasn't the smartest entry there. Certainly wasn't. Yeah, we did that on Friday. We need to make sure we don't do that on our other accounts today. There's no point in doing that. No point in doing that. What's going on, Russ? Let's just look here. All right, here we go. Let's see. Holding up there at the 90 right now. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. We're green today, just not on that account. We're green 390 across 10 or 11 on this one. And then we're up 1,000 on one of the accounts. And then, yeah. So we're doing okay. Just came back from lunch and took a stupid trade there. A couple of them. We did that on Friday, but we did that on Friday on all the accounts. Not a good look. Not a good look, for sure. There's no reason to do that. It was just one of those I think trades, and I suck at those. Shouldn't be taking those at all. But we did. Uh, 40? I don't even know. So trying to get back above that 14,900 level. ES bouncing off the 42.95s there. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, I know better. I mean, I said right before I took the trade, we know better. I mean, I let it kind of chop me up right there around the pivot. I took 4 or 5 entries right at the pivot, and I'm not supposed to be trading at the pivot at all. Whole number pivot, 90. Those are the rules. We got the rules for a reason. So the explosion line is below the dead man now. So we pushed back up into the 900 level there. Now trying to turn back down. ES back up into that whole number. Got to 4304. $105 here, so we still got a little bit of time here before lunch is kind of over. A little bit of time. So it's kind of chopping around here. Need to get out of this area. Just been holding this range there. Trying to push down now. Retest the 90. We kind of push through here. We may participate. ES holding up there at the whole number though, 4,300. You guys could even see that with my big head in the way. All right, let's see if we can get this pushed down into the 70 quickly here. Sell volume looking pretty decent so far. ES down to the 98.75s. Should be able to get this thing into the 70 here at least. We are making new lows though. See if we can get this pushed down. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop. 86 area. Lock in 5 handles. If it retests the trend line, then we'll re-enter. Want to just see this thing push right down though. Sellers are kind of disappearing. Think about taking it off. We're going to give it a second. We got our stop in, so we can't lose. Can't lose on it. Seller's trying to pop back in here. Again, if it stops us, we can always re-enter. Kind of retest that trend line there. So we got a little push down there, but not quite as far as we wanted. So this took a little $100 right there, a little 5 points. So could have took 10, but I was really kind of looking for 20 there. Didn't get it. Could still be in the trade, but I like to just lock in some profits. ES pulled back to the 98, now popping that 01 area now. So it tested that whole number and then kind of sold off or pushed back up off of it. All right, we're going to take it again. So let's see if these sellers come in here and push this down. Buyers right now trying to pop in. Let's give it a second. Got one red candle above the explosion line there. We need more. We need more if we're going to push down. Having trouble here trying to push through there, but need to see these sellers come in here. I'm just going to kill it. There comes some volume. All right, I like that. Come on. You got more. You got more. All right, we're just going to take this off here, I think. Or maybe we'll just put it at break even. We'll see what it can do. So we're locking in 40 bucks there or whatever it is. Let's see if this thing can't push on down. Okay, there they come. There come the sellers. Come on, you got more. You got more here. All right, I'm just going to take it off right there, about 10 points. We'll see exactly what it is here. $325 for those two trades. So could have stayed in that first trade, would hit the target there on that one, or at least right at it. Kind of a nice easy read there. It's kind of got that little breakdown there over here on that Apex account. WADA still looks decent for the move down to even further, but kind of down here towards the bottom, the perceived bottom. We don't want to push it too much. You got the 930 low kind of right there. And then, yep, the London low's already been ran. Obviously, that's the low a day. Looks like I might have those in sight. ES down to the 95s. ES really needs to hold that 90 level. Otherwise, Mancini says we're going to have another leg down. If it doesn't hold that 90 area, so it's at 95 right now. It's pushing back into the 60s now. Trying to test them. Like I said, 930 low, London low, or New York lows right there at 47. So it might be on deck. I don't know. So push back down into the 60s. ES not to the low day yet. And the low day's at 95.50. ES looks a little bit weaker today so far than the Nasdaq has. popping back up into the 80s. About to retest that trend line there. We'll kind of see what happens. Once that happens, we'll see what we get. See if she turns back down here in this area. Maybe turn this into a little resistance. I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Volume's very, very nice on this pushback up. ES back above the 4300s. Nasdaq trying to push the whole number there. Pushing straight up, testing that trend line. Let's see what happens. Looking like it wants to get through there. Testing the 900s here. Volume still looking good. I wonder if we get a push above there and retest the 95s. Then maybe we can consider a long at that point. Just kind of watching here. So it pushed above the whole number there, but just barely. Would have probably liked a bigger push above there. Pulling back into the 90. Was considering shorting this, but I mean, it certainly looks like an ABC on the 1 minute chart. Back to the upside. Could very well be the C leg down, though. Could also be the C leg down. Let's get back above the whole number. Maybe we can make something happen here. All right, we're going to try it here. Just going to try for a little, maybe like 06, 10 points. Should be able to get that. So locking in $60, looking for 200. There we go. It pushed through there, finally. So $515 on that account now. I missed out on that account this morning. That's the one I was using the 5-minute breakout on, or the 5-minute gap strategy. And I forgot to take the trade. It was a $1,000 winner this morning. I did capture it on a different account over here, but I missed it on that account. So I feel kind of bad that I left that account kind of in the dark there. So that's why I'm taking a few entries on it. So we got it up $500 today so far, after bombing the other account over there. It happens. So I had a little volume there. Pushed this thing back above the whole number. Wasn't looking for a huge push. Sometimes that first push above the whole number doesn't stick. So that's why I just took the trade, took the profit there at the 06s. Was thinking maybe we pull back and retest the 95s one more time before we actually get the buy volume to go. Let's take a look at the 15-minute chart here. You can see just this is the first red candle, or first green candle since 11:30 this morning. You really see that choppiness from this morning on that 15-minute candle there. So pulling back into the 98s. See if it bounces off this area. Do got a pivot at the 12s. I don't know why it didn't show on this chart. But we do got a pivot at the 12s there. Let's put them on here. I don't know why it doesn't show on here. It should. There it is. So a pivot at the 12. So even if the buyers come in here, it'd be kind of tough to take a long. It would be kind of tough. So kind of testing the pivot here. This is where I traded right here in this pivot area like several times and lost the most money. So won't be taking any entries near the pivot, that's for sure. Stop taking dumb entries. So kind of rejecting that pivot right now. Kind of see how price reacted to that gap earlier. And of course, we just traded into that gap there. So we're kind of holding this gap right here for now. Back into that area of consolidation from earlier. Could take just a minute to get through here. Had some real chop there earlier. That's where I did the stupid stuff at. Not planning on doing the stupid stuff this time. We will pass on the stupid stuff for now. Not saying we won't do it later, but we're going to pass on it for now. No buyers here, really, to speak of at all. Kind of a little triple top over here on the ES. The last 3-minute candles have hovered right around the same price. Let's see if it can break above it. The fourth one just opened, trying to move above now. We got a little volume coming in here, some buyers. We are below the dead man, though, so we're not going to take it right now. So the Ninja does say we got a pivot point right here at the 21. Don't quite know which pivot that is. But that's what it says. I don't think it's giving us too much resistance today. Not sure. So you kind of want to see this 15-minute candle trade up into this gap and then kind of see what happens from there, I guess. You'd think it probably at least makes it up to that 923 area. I mean, we got that high from earlier, 933, on the little pushback up. I probably should open a 1-minute chart. I don't even have the 1 minute pulled up. Oh, I do. It's over there. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, there's a nice little setup there on the 1 minute. So the ES needs to get above that 08 if it's going to continue higher. It's kind of right there at the 08 right now, testing it. So let's see. So pulling back below the pivot there on the Nasdaq. Kind of want to see it hold this area if we're going to continue to push. Got about 30 minutes here until the 2 o'clock hour. I think we're probably going to continue to sell here. You got that order block there as well. So you got a bearish gap here with an order block. Kind of almost testing that order block now. Trying to push up, ES up to the 07, 08 area. Still not able to get through there strong. Pushed into the 09s, but pulling back. kind of watching here. I'm going to participate short. Oh. Okay, I am on the right. Boy, I was freaking out for a second. I thought I was on the wrong account. Logging in 5 there. And trail this down, move the target both ways. Locking in 10. Just going to keep trailing it. There we go, stopped out. So now we kind of want to switch over to the 1 minute chart here and let's take a look. We may could find another entry short. Let's kind of check and see where we're at on that account now. I think there's another $200 or more right there. 720 on that account. So the idea now is we want to see this kind of breach that 96 area. Let's look at the 3 minute. I don't really see too much on the 3 minute there. So let's see if this thing can breach the 96 area, leave us some sort of entry. Maybe even 80, 86, 87 would be nice. You can see I took this trade just because we're trading up into the 15-minute order block here. And you got that fair value gap there as well. So as soon as I saw it kind of reject that area, that lets me know that probably we're going to start our push down. May not, right? Could just push on up in here deeper. Could. It may. The WADA also had the sell volume coming through. We were above the dead man, above the explosion line. So just pairing those two things together kind of told me that we probably were going to sell down at least into the whole number. That's why we trailed it so tight once we kind of got, down in this area. Just trying to trail it tight. Now, if this candle turns back green, then all bets are off. If it stays red here, then that's kind of what you want to see. Want to see if this thing breach that 96, 97 area to the downside. Then maybe trade back up into the order block at the 05s, maybe 08 at the highest. And then you could participate short for the push through the whole number. I don't love shorting into the whole number, but that's just kind of an idea there. So it's already kind of pushing back up into the order block now. You could take the short right here. I don't know if I'm not going to take it, but you could. So push down, it's kind of order block. It's on the 1 minute chart though, so anything I don't love. Not really anything to be said about the 3 minute chart yet. So just think about the 1 minute setup. Sometimes they pay, sometimes they don't. You never know. And if this candle turns back green here, then that's going to be, like I said, all bets are off at that point. But as long as that 15-minute candle stays red, then I think you're okay. So it really did already test that 1 minute order block. It's not really valid anymore. So you want to see a market structure shift beyond like that 96, 97 area. Really, 86 would make is where my comfort would be. Would prefer like the 86 area. Still holding below the pivot there as well. The ES is right there at the 05, so it kind of rejected that 08 area and able to kind of get above that area and get going. It was an area of support from earlier, kind of turning into resistance there. All right, testing the 03s. So what we want to see here, I mean, really, it's kind of, I'd like to really see it form on the 3-minute chart first, to be honest with you, but I think we at least push back into the 95s here. But I would love to see us breach the 85 area, 86. That would give me a little more comfort in this short. So let's see us breach the 85, 86 area, and then we get a push back up. Leave us some sort of area for us to be able to take a short, but may not offer that. Again, if this 15-minute candle turns green, then all bets are off there. Just kind of going sideways right now, to be honest. Could really go either direction. Just had a little lightsaber of a wick back up right there. Now we're selling. Let's get through that whole number here. Tap that 85, 86. It says, I don't know if you guys saw this. It's kind of hilarious. Nigerian scammer sells fake airport to international bank for 242 million pound. You guys, I don't know if this is true or not. Probably not. Probably made up. Still kind of funny. Still kind of funny. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. And if you're interested in trading futures, link to APEX 90% off sale through October the 5th. Link in the description with the coupon code, also in the chat there. Same thing for Bulenox, 90% off there with them as well. Still got the $49 account, 50K account with Topstep, 65% off. Link in the description for that as well. All those do help the channel, so we do appreciate it. Guess we don't really need that line there. All right, some volume coming in here. Again, we haven't kind of got to my areas of interest yet. I really want to see us get to 86 if we're going to consider a short. But we got to have this 15-minute candle kind of stay green or stay red. We don't want it to turn green on us. You can see we're just kind of going sideways here. No real direction. It still could go either way. So we're getting a pump here. If we get above the pivot, then it's going to turn green. And then that will be an interesting area. Still holding below the pivot there. Just kind of chopping around right now. 2 o'clock here in about 20 minutes. Testing the pivot here. All right, she's green once again. Volume trying to push through here. Is the ES above the 08? It's testing the 08 here. 08's kind of the line in the sand. The imaginary line in the sand, the 08s. Hey, we got a couple of subscribers. Don't know who it was, but I appreciate it. Up to 338, whoever you were. Thanks a lot. Didn't give me a notification, so I don't know. Juker probably unsubscribed and then subscribed again. He likes to do that. He likes to do that. Not a bad area if you wanted to take a short. I mean, like, as long as we hold below the pivot, right? You can take a short, put your stop up here somewhere at the 26s, but I don't know. It is looking kind of strong here. If the explosion line was above the dead man a little further, we might would take the long here. What's my total profits today so far, and what's your daily profit target on each account? Lifestyle ask. So on these accounts, these 20, I'm targeting $600 a day. And you can see we're at 390 or somewhere in there on these. And I want to say there's 11 of these. I think 11 or 12. I don't know exact number. Let's see. I think that's 4. And that one's 170. Don't know why it took the same trades as the other ones. 6, 7. And then we got, I don't know if it took any on these or not. We're up 720 on that account. Down 305 on that one. That was the 15-minute opening range break. So 390. So that's what, I don't know, I think that's 9 of those copy trade accounts. And then we got some top steps in here. These only take 1 contract, so they're going to be slightly less. Now look, negative 30. That account took the same trades as that top account. Negative 30. You tell me. I don't know. I don't get it sometimes. I don't get it. 330. 225. So I don't know. We're up maybe $250 on average across 17 accounts, I think I counted. And then I did blow one Bulenox account. Full disclosure. We did blow that one. Down 1,600. And then this one, we're up 1,052. That's it. That's where we're at. So I don't know the exact number. We'll say if it's 250 across 17, it's whatever that is. But we were down $1,000 across 10 or 11 accounts on Friday. We had done pretty well last week, and then Friday I came in after lunch and just lost it. So thank you. Appreciate it. I haven't traded my best today, to be honest. I should be up quite a bit more, but green is green. We're not going to be mad about it. Not going to be mad about it. So you can see this candle turned green here, closed green. So now we're starting to push. Not what you wanted to see if you were kind of looking for the pushback down. Although, you know, we still got to get through that 15-minute fair value gap and order block there. If we don't, then still really could push back down. Kind of rejecting it already. It's kind of odd with my dog not here, guys, to bark. Dropped him off at 9 o'clock this morning. I don't imagine it takes all day to cut a dog. I think last time they had him until like 4. It's already almost 2. He's probably there thinking I've left him. He'll be mad at me for a while when he gets back home. He'll be mad. He'll say, you better give me some bacon to make up for it. No bacon, then he's not happy. I don't really give him very much bacon. I give him 1 slice occasionally. Otherwise, I try to keep him to the dog food strictly just because he has allergies. So he's allergic to chicken. I don't know if I've ever seen a dog allergic to chicken. I guess there are some out there for sure, but yeah, he's allergic to chicken. He sure will eat it, though, if you drop it on the ground. Only thing I found that he doesn't like is pork skins. No, wait, not a pork skin. Funyun. It was a Funyun. You know, my daughter dropped a Funyun on the ground the other day, and he wouldn't touch it. He's like, no, I'm not with the Funyuns. But he normally eats anything. You drop it on the ground, he's going to gobble it up. So I'm curious to see what happens once we cross over 2 o'clock. Still feels like a short to me in this area. Kind of want to participate here, to be honest, but don't want to bite the hand that feeds me there, because we do got the pivot right there at the 12. Even though this sell volume looking kind of nice. Looking kind of nice. Let's check out what Mancini had to say here. He just tweeted. He said, it's a level-to-level ping-pong day in ES. 43.35 was his first target, where he warned to lock in gains. We sold off. Support was then 42.90 to 99 as posted. We sold to 42.95 and bounced. It remains must hold for the bulls to keep 43.22, 43.35 in play. And it's weaker now. 42.90 fails. Next leg down begins. So 42.90 is the line in the sand, as we said earlier. Holding below the 08s here, that leads me to believe we're probably going to sell back down on the ES, still holding below the 08. Very nice, very nice. Let's turn on the guys. Let's see what they're talking about today.
Fuck, I was muted the whole time.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, man.
See what they're talking about today. I'm still kind of leaning towards the sell down here, but you know, if I had to make a guess, I'd say we sell down, but maybe we see 800.
I outnumbered Peyton's room. Voice chat and all it was Marco's talking. It's like, oh my god, I'm done.
Sure you, mate. Oh, yeah. So I get a great Pepe, and you're like, whoa, God.
We're kind of basing above the pivot right now. Buyers trying to pop in here, but we are below the explosion line, so we're not going to participate. I'm trying to follow the rules this afternoon to a T.
When I'm out shopping, I fucking lose it. I can't even stop myself from doing it. It's know what it is.
See how small that last 15-minute candle is. Kind of looking pretty bearish to me. Could just be some consolidation, though, before the explosion up. But
Means I know where we're going right now.
No. I'm gonna have to go get ready here soon.
Alright, let's go.
sellers trying to pop in here. Let's see if they can get it through this pivot here. Get it moving down. We do got the pivot here. We got the whole number. We got the 90 drama. All within 30 points of each other. I don't love it to the downside just because of that. ES pumping here. Uh-oh, here we go.
Voting well for me.
ES pushing up into the 09s.
This thing to fucking turn up and get with this fucking web.
Can we get this thing going here?
Not make a very obvious ABC.
Got about 7 minutes here until 2 o'clock. So let's see what happens once we reach 2 o'clock. If we continue to push through this 15-minute gap here or not. I'm just going to eyeball this. That's kind of the midsection there of this order block and fair value gap. So 940 possible.
That's a fucking cinch candle.
I really want to short this right here.
Big time.
Even though it's kind of against. You could short it and put your stop right here at the 60. A pretty wide stop, though, is the problem.
Oh, you little bastard.
This does look nice for a little push up here.
Go, baby, go. I've been in this thing for what feels like that.
Volume's disappearing. I mean, here's the thing. To the upside, right? If we, let's say we push up above 35, then you can kind of make an argument in both directions. I don't love that, right? Because you do have a structure shift to the upside. On the 15-minute chart, there's nothing there. But we did we sweep the liquidity to the downside? Not really. I mean, what do we have? The open from yesterday? Is that from yesterday there? Oh, that's from 5:45 a.m. So that's is that the London low? I guess we swept the London low. I don't know. Kind of thinking this thing turns back down. That's what I'm thinking.
This is literally everything you could have asked for in a setup.
We like the bottom there.
I had it drawn out perfectly with the trade right, so look at that.
Perfect.
Well, you did. You took the 786, but
I did, yeah.
something. It's all
That's
right.
done.
Just that there's
Bounced 54 fucking points since that 786 reclaim.
Sellers trying to pop in here. I might take this. We do got the pivot at the 12 there, so You know what? I may not hold this. Let's see here. I'm gonna put the stop in. Just get out there. I just realized something. I shortened into the pivot again. I don't want to do that. We don't want to short into the pivot. I mean, it might work, but I don't want to short into the pivot. I realized it wasn't at the 12 there. Glad I just got out there. Even if it would have worked, I don't care. I wanted to try to stick to the rules there. So pushing through the pivot now. So it would have worked out, but at least for, you know, some points. But sometimes when you break the rules, best just to exit, get out of the trade. Because even if it works, it's still a bad trade, right? To me. Kind of bouncing around between these two areas right now. Let me throw a fib on here. I'm kind of curious about something. Just going to take a look here. Yeah. Wonder if this thing retraces and tests that 80. I'm going to mark that out over here on this chart just to see.
Salud.
See what happens.
All right, I'm gonna go get ready. You all have a good rest of your day.
Good.
Rest.
Last two 15-minute candles, very small. Some consolidation going on here. So we're just crossed 2 o'clock here, so let's kind of see what happens. Selling down now. Comes the sellers.
That was okay. I'm gonna go short here. I'm about to just rip down. Oh, not buying now.
So just kind of watching the 1 minute chart here.
No, I didn't. Shut up.
So what do we want to see here? We want to kind of see... I want to see this thing push down slightly more. Really want to see 85, 86 area like we were talking about earlier, ideally. If we don't get that, then let's at least sweep the 95, push back up into the 20, and then sell down here. It's kind of the idea on the 1 minute chart. 3 minute chart, something kind of similar going on there.
Take one off.
3 minute chart you would take
Down. Red bottles of stop out in profit.
kind of 14 area, possible. So maybe we got to push back up into the 14 and we could take a short.
Yeah, fuck.
I don't know though. That's what I'm thinking. Let's watch the ES here. Kind of a similar setup here on the ES.
Oh, that was hardcore.
So let's see if we get to push back up into that 14, 15 area. Stop's going to be at like the 32.
Almost.
So if we get to push back up into that 14, 15 area, I think we'll participate short.
If there's anything to do with it at all. Just my catch-all excuse for everything.
So we'll see.
Less weight and softer.
It's kind of what I'm thinking. We push up to the 14, 15. Unless I'm misreading this, which I could be. You never know. Then we'll take a short and put my stop over there at the 32.
Still in this?
I just revenge stopped it.
All right.
Oh.
Stop's going to go up here at the 32.75. And we're going to be looking for... Let's make sure we're on the right account. All right, we are. 86. So we're going to be targeting 86 here.
Damn, one of the rooms I was pillaging emojis from kicked me out.
Right there. That's kind of the idea.
I do. That's where all those crazy ones come from. Is Wall Street bets. It's still in there. I just have to fold it.
That's the idea there. We could lose on this, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, make little folders. Take Discords I'm not using. I stick them in a folder. Yeah, so
That's what it shows now.
Just don't love shorting in the whole number. I really hate that, but this is the setup we've outlined. I'm going to go ahead and move the stop to break even here. So we can't lose on it. And right there, if the candle turns back green and goes, then we don't want to be in it anyway, right? So, want to see it sell off. Well, stop this out. That's all right. I don't know. That's kind of the idea I had there. I still think it's going to go. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see if it plays out or not. Plays out without us in it. Kind of does look like a bullish ABC over here on the 1 minute chart. So it's kind of maybe a little spook there. So back up to the 15 once again. Buyers coming in strong here. This is kind of the area where if it's going to turn down, it's got to turn down here. All right, pushing up here. Do still have that room. I guess this is the thing. You got this 15-minute gap here. I'm trying to take it off of smaller on the 1 minute. It doesn't always work that way. 1 minute's kind of weak when it comes to that kind of stuff. Still kind of holding below so far. I gotta start wearing my glasses, guys. I find myself squinting looking at the charts. I gotta start putting my glasses on. I don't know. I'm just a little spooked at this short. I mean, we got the whole number, the pivot, the 90, but everything in me says to take a short here. But I don't know.
Oh yeah. Been in this long for eternity. I'm kind of expecting a launch party out of it. And I need to get over 274 and I need to make it stick. Nothing happened.
All right, you know what, guys? I'm going to take the short, and we're going to take a walk. I'm just going to take it at the whole number here, just like 900 on the dot. Probably.
Go. Go.
Man.
Go.
Yeah, let me give some back here.
Go. Go. I think I'm in another trade too. Go, baby, go.
Still watching here. I don't like how the ES looks either. It's already pushed through there. I don't know if I should just take this off here or what.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. Come on.
Go, ninja, go, ninja, go.
Yes. Full on. Let's fucking go.
I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. We hold below the 40 there.
Yes. Fuck yeah. Okay. Cool. Website winner. Bang. Bang. Okay. TP my next one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I told you this fucker's about to send it.
Shit, dude, that's fucking.
Alright, we're just going to kill it there. Pretty much gave back what we had already made. Probably shouldn't have entered it that last time, and if I did, I should have really just had a skewed risk to reward on that there. So, should have waited to see it test this 40 level first and see how it reacted. Now it's most certainly looking like it wants to move up, right?
One contract left. The low a day on SPX is 42.60.
127.
Magnificent. I'm up. I'm up pretty good. Who the fuck is that guy? Oh, it's fuck sick though. Look at this. Go, baby, go, man. I'm not done here. Give me the fucking 90s. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see if we get tagged in here.
Ready for it?
Let's see what we gave back there. All of it except for we're negative $10 now. Sometimes you're wrong. All right, we'll see if we get tagged in here. And we're just going for a 2-to-1 risk to reward on this one, so looking for a 254 ticks, which is what is that? No. 60 points. All right, tagged in there.
Fuck. 212%. Nice.
The fucker made me work for it.
So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to step away. You guys watch the trade. I'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. How'd it go? Don't look like it went good. Doesn't look like it went too well there. Oh, this thing's got me in both directions. Well, I'm probably going to go ahead and call it a day there, guys. I don't think I'm going to take any more trades. Going to lock in the profit I got. Down about $700 on that account now. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe. We'll be live once again tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. We'll probably stream for the whole day tomorrow. I do appreciate you guys watching. Until then, we will see you next time.